today, divisional play resumes for the Sox as a hot Cleveland Indians team comes to the south side with a 3-2 season series lead. But by day's end, Robin's crew could be one up in the head-to-head matchup. So let's play two as game one of the Central Division doubleheader begins next, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where this afternoon Comcast Sportsnet presents game one of this doubleheader. It'll be Alex Rios, Adam Dunn, Gordon Beckham and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Nick Swisher, Asdrubal Cabrera, and the Cleveland Indians. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you the first of this doubleheader. As a matter of fact, we will have both of these games for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. But this afternoon in game one, it'll be Hector Santiago, and he's coming off one of, if not his best outing ever.
Last time against Kansas City, Santiago was absolutely brilliant. He went 8 innings. He gave up 3 hits and 1 run, and he had everything going for him. He threw the high heat by the Royals. Then he threw the screwball and kept it away from the right-handers. All in all, he had terrific control. He had great command, and that's what he has to do to be successful. Last 3 times out, he's actually thrown very well, but today he's got his work cut out for him.
Yes, he does, especially against one guy who's really been swinging the bat.
Jason Kipnis has been red hot, and he's hitting .317 against left-handers this year, but lately he's hitting just about everybody. He's hitting the long ball. He's driving in runs. And he's doing just about everything you have to do. This is a guy who also steals bases. He plays a very good second base, and he can hit the ball the opposite way. And as far as production is concerned, he's one of the best of the second basemen in the league. So if you can hold him down, you should be okay. You also have to worry a little bit about Ryan Rayburn, another one of the guys who has hurt us over the course of his career.
All right, sit back, relax, and strap it down because White Sox baseball coming your way.
Welcome back to beautiful U.S. Cellular Field in the first of two this afternoon. And let's take a look at how Terry Francona is going to line up his Cleveland Indians. The second place Indians will line up with Drew Stubbs in center field as Drupal Cabrera at short, Jason Kipnis at second, Dick Swisher the DH, Mark Reynolds at first, Ryan Rayburn in right. Jan Gomes behind the plate, Lonnie Chisenhall recently recalled from minor leagues at third, and Mike Aviles in left. The defense and how they're going to line up behind Hector Santiago, left to right, Viciedo, Diaz, and Rios. In the infield, Morel, Ramirez, Beckham, and Dunn. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Hector Santiago at 3-5, a fine ERA of 3.03. He's been even better as a starter, and the umpires for the game today. Alan Porter behind the plate, Quinn Wolcott at first, Wally Bell, the crew chief, at second, and Hunter Wendelstedt at third. So we're ready to play baseball. I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
Hi, Steve. Thank you very much. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox Baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. So glad you could join us for the first of two. It's a great day to play two. So here's the center fielder, Drew Stubbs, hitting at .242, 6 homers, 26 knocked in, and Hector's first pitch of the ball game is taken for a strike. Stubbs, last year, Cincinnati hit .213, 14 homers, drove in 40, but he stole 30 bases in 37 attempts.
And over the last 2.5 years, he has averaged 1 strikeout every 3 at-bats, which is a whopping total.
Well, he's right at that line. 28 years old, 26, 27, 28. And guys either usually find it or they don't, as that's out of play. And here at the ballpark, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gaps, and 400 straightaway center.
Their everyday center fielder, Michael Bourne, not in the lineup. He plays most every day, but he'll probably play in the second game, and instead Stubbs in center.
2-2. Indians hitting at .254 as a club with a 4.24 ERA. He gone.
If Stubbs gets on, he can hurt you. More times than not, this is how the at-bat ends.
So here's Cabrera as Drupal, hitting at .255 with 5 long ones and 25 knocked in, just coming off the DL. Outfield for the most part straight up, about equidistant. As there's first pitch strike.
Cabrera, a better hitter from the right side, although he has more power as a left-hand hitter.
He's a .275 career hitter against us.
There you look at the disparity between the two sides.
High and wide.
In an effort to win his 4th game, Hector has gone to the high pants.
Here you go.
That fastball that works so well in Kansas City, the high heat, top of the zone, or just a little bit higher than that. Threw it right by Cabrera.
So here's the hot stick. Jason Kipnis of Northbrook, hitting at .288, 11 homers and 45 knocked in. He has faced Hector 9 times, and he has a couple of hits. Takes ball 1. Takes ball 2.
He's been hot pretty much all year, but the last 19 he's been red hot. I asked him before the game how he faces left-handers to try to stay in. He said he looks away. He said, I tried to drive the ball the opposite way. I'll stay on the breaking ball more that way.
Little drop down. And the count 3-1. This is the 6th meeting of the year between these two clubs. In the first 5, Indians have won 3 of them. Oh yeah, 3-1. That'll get your attention. Full count.
That had the corner, and Alan Porter didn't give it to Hector. So Kipnis catches a break. Take a look at our Menards pitch tracks. It'll show you it did shave off just part of the corner. That being said, you've got their best base stealer standing on first base. 17 bags stolen by Kipnis.
And here's the DH. Here's Swisher. Nick hitting at .229, 7 homers and 25 driven in.
Nick is a natural right-hand hitter. Actually, a better hitter right-handed and more power right-handed.
2-0 the count. And Kipnis just a short lead over there. There's a changeup for a strike. Indians 24-15 at home, 16-23 on the road.
See Kipnis top the leaderboard.
Little screwball. And the count 2-2.
He's got a while to go to catch up with Ellsbury.
Another short lead by Kipnis. And a full count. So that missed third strike on Kipnis has cost him a few extra pitches here.
Mark Reynolds in the on deck circle. You just as soon not face their most powerful of their hitters.
Three-two screwball, and just got a piece of it.
I feel very deep for Nick, who's battling a sore shoulder. Told me that it's just about healed. It's the left shoulder. He doesn't know exactly how he did it, but he does know he got off to a terrible start because of it.
So back-to-back walks. Everything in this game today, in today's game I should say, is magnified. Errors are more magnified. Missed calls by umpires are more magnified because of the number of pitches. It is going to cost the pitcher. Should have been out of here with a 1-2-3. Now there's 2 on 2 out. And here's Reynolds. 14 homers and 44 knocked in. It's not easier for veteran pitchers to pitch over mistakes like that than it is for rookies. There's a strike.
Reynolds, another one of those guys that's going to strike out 215, 220 times. That's what he's done with runners in scoring position. However, in the last month or so, it hasn't been pretty for him. But he's fanned 91 times already in 260 at bats.
One and one to count. First of two today and first of four in this series with Cleveland. And the count 1-2. Reynolds, 29 years old, last year with Baltimore, hit .221, 23 homers, and drove in 69.
Of those 23 homers, only 3 came against left-hand pitchers, which is an oddity.
That ball's hit hard and foul. Thank you very much.
Hector got that one on the inner portion of the plate. It just missed, costing him at least 1, possibly 2 runs. Tries to throw a fastball by him, middle in. You can probably throw it upstairs and get it by him. But that's the danger spot, middle in to Reynolds.
See if they double him up with a fastball or go to the screwball. Screwball. More of a get me over, and he was able to get a piece of it.
Here's Terry Francona. I talked with him before the game, and he talked about his ball club. With an hour and 20-minute rain delay last night, a lot of them got to bed 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning as they arrived very late from Baltimore. They did split the series, however, with the Orioles in Baltimore, which is a pretty good trick, as the Orioles putting together a strong year.
Two and two.
Just in case he was looking away for that screwball, he decided to put one in under his chin.
So what should have been a quick pitch count has turned into an extended pitch count here. This will be the 30th pitch of this inning. The 2-2. Screwball. Strikes out the side, sandwiched in with 2 walks that shouldn't have been there. Meanwhile, after half inning of play, it's Cleveland nothing, and the good guys coming to bat.
It's Alexei Ramirez, Alex Rios, Adam Dunn, Dan Viciato, Jeff Keppinger, the DH, with Brent Morrell, Gordon Beckham, and Tyler Flowers behind the plate. The defense behind Trevor Bauer. Aviles, Stubbs, and Rayburn in the outfield, with Chisenhall, Cabrera, Kipnis, and Reynolds in the infield. Jan Gomes behind the plate, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Trevor Bauer. In AAA, 12 starts. ERA was up there. Record was 3-2. 67 strikeouts and 65 in the third. This young man in 2011 was a first-round draft pick, the third pick in the country for the Arizona Diamondbacks. But things didn't work out for him, and he finds himself now here with the Cleveland Indians. He's got a slider and a curveball. He's supposed to throw 96, 97, although the Indians so far haven't seen it.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. Alejandro De Aza hitting at .253, 10 homers, 38 knocked in. Will start it off for us against this 22-year-old right-hander out of the Woodlands, just outside of Houston, Texas. Want to know the count? None of our guys have ever faced this youngster. And it's 2-0.
He will have some problems with his control. And the Indians don't really know if he's going to strike out 10 or walk 10. That's a problem in the first game of a doubleheader.
And there's the strike. Sox come in hitting at .242 with a 3.77 team ERA. Sox 17-15 here at home, but on the road 15-28. Don't help him out. He struggled in his last outing down at AAA. And a full count. There's a base hit down into the corner. More pitches you see, the more dangerous you become for the 14th double for Alejandro.
All but one of these pitches are fastballs. And so when you see a fastball, especially one without a whole lot of movement on it, you're going to be able to catch up to it. It's a lesson for any young pitcher, but especially a guy who is thought of as highly as Bauer, but hasn't shown he can get a whole lot of his other pitches over the plate.
Well, hitters love to see a starting pitcher working from the stretch. As here is Alexei at .280, a homer. He's driven in 16. Takes first pitch strike.
Asdrubal Cabrera playing up the middle. There's all kinds of room on the left side, with the Indians defensively thinking that Ramirez is going to try to do whatever he can to hit it to the right side.
Little spinner, low and away, 1-1. So Cleveland 2.5 games back of Detroit. And Tigers they are down in St. Pete, taking on the Rays. One and two. to Ramirez.
That's what the standings look like at this point. Indians 3 games back in the loss column. Royals and Twins tied in the loss column. And we are 8 back in the loss column.
With 19 games to play against the Tigers. Throw. Can't get him. So that'll be a hit. Runners at the corners. Nobody out.
Bauer does get a curveball over the plate, but Lexi does a nice job of protecting. And a little chopper, no chance for Cabrera.
But a chance for Rios right here to pick up an RBI. He has 35 of them to go along with those 11 homers, hitting .276. And if you're just tuning in, Connor Gillespie has been reinstated from the paternity, but Brent Morel is at third base for us because in certain doubleheaders, Major League Baseball has changed it to whereas you can carry 26 guys.
And congratulations to the Gillespies. Their baby boy born yesterday, Mason Gillespie. Nice name.
And the count 2-0. So the catbird seat for Rios with Adam Dunn on deck. That's going to get the job done with De Aza tagging up and Alexei, and Alexei's not going to go anywhere. But Alejandro scores in a quick 1-0 lead. And right now let's check out our Farmers Insurance picks to click tonight. DiMangio, our director and crew, and with Cappinger. Steve's going with De Aza. And Terry Hanley, Mike Williams, Eric Aldridge, and Roger Clare and I, we're going to go with Gordon Beckham.
It's RBI number 36 for Rios.
Sacks it up and takes strike one.
Yan Gomes is a pretty good catch it, call it, block it, and throw it guy. And so the challenge is on Ramirez trying to steal. There's a look at Gomes. Looking over at Sandy Alomar, you see him giving him the set of signs on does he want to slide step, does he want to throw over to first base, or does he want to pitch out?
One out and a 1-1 pitch. Advantage goes to Trevor Bauer.
Backdoor slider on the outside corner. And they do have a shift on. However, nobody is in the outfield, which is somewhat unusual. You see Kipnis playing him as a dead pull hitter, but not on the grass.
Two and two. That ball hit deep. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. A bullet. Line shot. Number 21 for Adam, and it's a 3-0 Sox lead.
RBIs 49 and 50 for Adam Dunn as he gets a fastball. It's thigh-high inner portion, our Ford home run replay. An early 3-0 lead, courtesy of a 2-run bomb off the bat of Adam Dunn.
Homer number 427 for Adam, tying Mike Piazza, the 45th career all-time. Congratulations. As Tank fouls it off. 0-1 the count. Breaking ball, the one away. And of course, with that home run, Alex Snellius family will donate a generous donation to White Sox charities for every Sox homer hit throughout the course of the season in loving memory of Ursula. Jammed himself, a little soft comebacker, 2 out. So that'll bring up Keppinger. Keppinger hitting at .229 with a homer and 19 knocked in. Takes first pitch strike. Threw that one right by him. It's about a 54-footer. And the 1-2 delivery. That ball hit deep. Way back. Cavales looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. Number 2 for Keppinger. And it is a 4-0 Sox lead.
That fastball up in the zone. Bauer not getting much of anything over but the fastball, and it's cost him 4 so far. The Ford home run replay. Keppinger gets the trot. Then Span catches the baseball. He's got a souvenir and a very nice kiss for his efforts.
Here's Brent. He was 1 for 3 against the Mets. As I mentioned, hitters love to face right-handed starters, especially from the stretch. And especially when they're a one-pitch pitcher and it's not a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. If it was, they wouldn't even mind that.
Well, Bauer's had so much practice at it that he continues to pitch from the stretch. He's got some unusual thoughts about pitching, and that's one of the reasons why he finds himself here with Cleveland and not with Arizona.
And there's a shot. Little get me over breaking ball.
This one just spins right over the middle of the plate. And Brent Burrell takes it right back up the middle. So as long as he's going to be here and get his opportunity, he's going to try to make the most of it. And Bauer has gotten rocked here in the first inning.
Well, there's not very much deception. When you don't have a windup and you're going from the stretch, you take away a big percentage of deception. And that's why hitters like it so much.
Mickey Callaway came out and most likely told him he might want to change speeds a bit more than he's changing at this point.
Here's Beckham. Gordon at 309. Grant, good lead. There he goes. Low throw. And he is safe. Late slide by Brent. That's not very good.
Stole the base number 47 for the ball club. Gomes on a one-hop throw. Very close at second, but Wally Bell calls him safe.
Now picking up Gordon. And takes that inside. 1-1 to count. Eighth man to come to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning if you're just joining us. Flips that one foul and the count 1-2.
We catch a big break at second. You'll watch a foot come up off the bag, and you'll watch Kipnis, as he should, keeping the tag on him. And when he got him, no part of his body was on the bag.
Another rolling breaking pitch. Those rollers, they don't very seldom get to the catcher unless they're way high or way low. That pitch out of play, so the count 2-2 with 2 down, 4 in here in the bottom of the first.
Jeff Kempinger, the second of 2 home runs here in the first inning, taking the job of the designated hitter, as he should, as a run producer.
This will be number 37. And the 3-2. And that ball hit into left center field, and that's going to score a run. So Beckham with the RBI double knocks in Morel, and the beat goes on a 5 spot.
RBI number 6 for Gordon Beckham. Mike Aviles, who is a shortstop by trade, playing left field in this first game, cuts across. but takes a bad angle on that one, and the ball goes over his head. Terry Francona does not want to have to go that bullpen, but he was talking with Mickey Callaway, who most likely is going to call the pen and get somebody up.
Here's Tyler at 214, 7 homers, 18 knocked in. Takes ball 1. Now this is the 32nd doubleheader played here at US Cellular Field. Of the first 31, we have swept 10 of them, 16 splits, and we have been swept 5 times. Two and 0.
And the Indian bullpen is up and going. It's Matt Albers, who came over in the same deal that brought Trevor Bauer.
Two-0 pitch. Right there. It's the 4th time this year we've scored 5 in an inning. And that has been our season high in an inning. Right there, and couldn't pull the trigger. Two out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's foul back.
It's going to be the 44th pitch of the inning for Bauer. Not exactly what Francona had in mind in the first of 2.
Both pitchers, Trevor Bauer and Carlos Carrasco, were just called up from AAA for this doubleheader. Another rolling breaking ball.
Nick Hagedorn, who couldn't have pitched today anyway, went an inning and 2/3 last night and had pitched 3 days in a row, was sent down to AAA, so they had 8 relievers. Now they only have 7. And this will really put that bullpen to the test if Bauer exits this early.
Watch out. You can hear it from up here. So he'll go to first. And that will bring up our leadoff guy who started this inning off with a double, Alejandro Diaza.
Goes up and in. And Terry Francona is going to say that that ball hit the knob of the bat. It's hard to tell, except Tyler Flowers is not showing any signs of that being off any of the small bones of his hand, which is a good thing.
So 2 on, 2 out. Beckham at second. And here's the hit that started this 5-run first off.
That fastball away. And after seeing a succession of fastballs and one changeup that missed, Diaz slices it into the corner.
And that's through the wickets. So Beckham at third, Flowers at second.
Most likely that'll go as a pass ball. They're calling it a wild pitch. Was right through the legs of Alan Porter. And the runners move up. Cleveland Indians leading all of baseball in wild pitches, which is a dubious distinction. That is their 46th. Their opponents have made 20 wild pitches against them.
Breaking ball high, 3-0. Alexei on deck.
Yaz has been absolutely wonderful hitting with runners in scoring position.
And that'll load him up. And first walk of the inning.
And that's going to be the last walk of the inning for Trevor Bauer, as he's going to leave. And Terry Francona doing something he absolutely did not want to do, which is have his bullpen enter this game early. And this is just about as early as you can get. So Albers comes in, Bauer comes out. We'll step out and be back after these messages. Mirish first for the Indians. He's 1-0, the ERA, 2.42. On for the 25th time. Worked entirely out of the bullpen, giving up just one home run, but he's walked 14 in those 26 innings. And he's thrown 5 wild pitches this year. Now Robbins out there talking with Alan Porter
for the second time. And here we go. Sacks packed with Sox. Beckham at third. Flowers at second. Diaz at first. Alexei had an infield single. Way back when.
Here's our AT&T Uverse multi-view. Good speed at the corners.
Albers, 30 years old. He also, like the guy he is coming in for from the Woodlands down in just outside Houston. There's a strike and the count 0-2. He's raised with Houston, Baltimore, Boston, Arizona, and now Cleveland. Blocked nicely by Gomes. So Francona having to come out and protect his young right-hander. Saying that's enough. Don't want him to get beat up anymore.
Very short day for Trevor Bauer.
Had virtually no breaking ball. And was a one-pitch pitcher. And there's a topper two hopper. And that'll retire the side, but not before a nice crooked number goes up on that board. And after one, it is 5-0 good guys.
By Miller Lite.
And a reminder, support the Dominick's and White Sox Wise food drive on Saturday, July 20th. Fans can donate non-perishable food items or make monetary contributions at U.S. Cellular Field when the Sox take on the Atlanta Braves. So Brad Mills, Robin Ventura, Wally Bell, the crew chief, all having a little meeting out there in between innings. As here's Ryan Rayburn, the right fielder, hitting at .256, 8 homers. He's driven in 21. Takes first pitch strike from Hector Santiago.
Rayburn, not known as a prolific home run hitter, but against our ball club, he's hit the long ball a lot. He's hit 13 home runs, driven in 50 in 82 games.
Count evens at 2. The 32-year-old veteran, last year at Detroit, had injuries, hit 171 with 1 homer, knocked in 12. He gone. He knew it. 4th strikeout for Hector.
That fastball right down the middle. And Rayburn, probably looking for a screwball, didn't get it. And And Hector is starting off here just how he left off in Kansas City with really good stuff.
There's Yan Gomes. Gomes at 252, 6 homers and 18 knocked in. He has good power. Out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Just 25 years old. Big gap out there in left center. Takes a strike. Three and one, no walks. Make him swing. Make him swing the bat. Full count. Off the end of the bat. So a soft single into left field. First hit for the Tribe.
That was a screwball that he didn't get far enough away from Gomes. He didn't hit it hard. But the shattered bat turns into a base hit. And the third base runner for the Indians.
Chisenhall, 24-year-old third baseman, hitting at 235, 4 homers and 14 knocked in.
Chisenhall just recalled from AAA. He had really started to struggle after the Indians felt this would be a breakout year for him. But to this point hasn't turned out that way.
Two and one. That's a can of corn. 2 out. And checking some other action. Schedule, I should say, as I mentioned, Detroit at Tampa Bay. Kansas City taking on the Twinkies in Minnesota. Pittsburgh hosting Milwaukee. Yankees at Camden Yards against the Orioles. Miami at home against San Diego. Toronto taking on the Carmines at Fenway. Washington at Citi Field. Arizona at Atlanta. Cubs taking on the Mariners in Seattle. St. Louis at Oakland. Giants taking on the Rockies as that's into left field. Could be trouble. Fair ball. So Aviles, Tim McNimbus at hard or soft. Against us, he gets base hits. Aviles, 273 lifetime hitter.
That fastball on the inside part of the plate drops right almost on the line. So he was their shortstop when Asdrubal Cabrera was out. He played 19 games at short and against the left-handed Santiago, getting an opportunity in left field.
Drew Stubbs, the leadoff hitter, the center fielder, struck out his first trip. Angels taking on the Astros down at Minute Maid. Angels did a number on Detroit, sweeping that series, beating them, in fact, for the 8th straight time. And There is a 2-run single. And it's a 5-2 ball game. So a broken bat by Gomes, a little duck snort by Aviles. And they're right back in it.
It's 27 and 28 for Drew Stubbs, who was a strikeout victim. This is a screwball that stays up in the zone. And that's really the danger spot for Hector. One of the things that Don Cooper has been talking to him about is perhaps mixing in some breaking balls, because you become a fastball screwball pitcher, and when you then miss with your location on the screwball, it becomes very hittable.
Here's Cabrera. Struck out his first at bat. So this will be the 51st pitch for Santiago. Here in just an inning and 2/3. Stubbs off. Pitch fouled away. And back out onto the field. Stubbs 8 for 8 in stolen bases. And there's a base hit.
Another pitch that was up, and another pitch that was hit fair. Menard's pitch tracks will show you that ball up and away from Cabrera. That's going to bring Don Cooper out from the dugout. He's really missing his spots this inning. It's cost him 4 hits and 2 runs to this point. Now you've got to deal with their hottest hitter and Jason Kipnis.
Who drew a walk on a pitch that he was struck out on.
Kipnis, a local product, said that he's taught a lot of his friends that they're going to have to buy their own tickets. He said he did leave 8 of them today. He's from Northbrook, Illinois, just down the road.
Breaking ball way outside and down.
9-game hitting streak, and he's hit everything in sight. 467.
There was a changeup. That breaking ball hit deep in the center field. Off the wall. Just a rolling breaking pitch. And runs 3 and 4 across the plate. It's a 5-4 Sox lead. I love this game.
RBI's 46 and 47. And Kipnis said that he will look the opposite way and look for breaking balls from the middle out. He got a roller and he crushed it over the head of Diaz, And just like that, his 20th double of the year, a 10-game hitting streak, and a 1-run game.
Here's Swisher. He drew a walk last inning. So both bullpens will be used in this game. And we got ourselves a 5-5 tie. Another little screwball there.
RBI number 26 for Nick Swisher. So Hector gets another one up. And that 5 spot in the first completely washed away here in the top of the second.
Morel. 5 across the plate after an inning and a half, tied at 5.
Even 1 second of it. Relive every moment with the CSN replay tonight at 11. View never before seen moments from Stanley's ride down Washington and watch the players' unforgettable speeches from the rally. See all the parade coverage presented by your Chevy dealers tonight at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Well, it started from game 1 until the last game played this year. What an exciting season for the Blackhawks. As here is Rios. Sacrifice fly, knocking in his 36th run. And we got ourselves a new Wago. 5-5 tie. We score 5 in the first. They score 5 in the second. .21 to count. Two and one. He got a good pitch to hit and couldn't do anything with it.
He gets a breaking ball on the inner portion. Not exactly where Albers wanted it, but it proved effective.
Chisenhall.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay, and it came last inning. Adam Dunn, the inning number 21. Driving in runs 49 and 50. At the time, it was a 3-0 game. And it was one of the hits that helped chase the youngster Trevor Bauer.
And he just pokes that one out into left field. And he'll have to pull up for the single.
This ball moving away. It's out of the strike zone. And Adam takes it off the bat. Breaks the bat and serves it into left field.
Here's Tank. Tank got jammed, hit a little soft line drive back to Trevor Bauer.
Last year, Albers split his year between Boston and Arizona. He was 2-0 with the Red Sox. Appeared in 40 games, 2.29 ERA. Went to Arizona where he was 1-1. Appeared in 23 games with a 2.57 ERA. So a good year overall.
Another little soft comebacker. They force Adam at second. 2 out. So here is Keppinger. And here's what he did last inning.
Second of 2 home runs given up by the youngster. Bauer went 2/3 of an inning, gave up the 5 runs on 6 hits. He walked 1 and didn't fan anybody.
First pitch strike. He's just getting home, tuning in. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for us. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for them. Bottom of the second. That's right. But 2 games here tonight. We'll have them both for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Game 2, it'll be Jose Quintana against Carlos Carrasco. In an afternoon game tomorrow, it'll be Dylan Axelrod against Ubaldo Jimenez. And on Sunday, Chris Sale against Justin Masterson. Now, tomorrow and Sunday's game will be over WGN if you can't make it to the ballpark. Hit softly down the third. And that'll do it. We're into the third. Tied at 5.
So these injections, I actually had them kind of had these injections, same thing back in '06 when I had a little bit of a back problem then, and they seem to help out then. So, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
0-1 the count right here to Rayburn. Well, Paulie, we all know he has played a lot of games and a lot of pain. So if he can't play, it's hurting him. 0-2 to Rayburn, who struck out leading off last inning. We got ourselves a 5-5 tie. As that hit him.
He tries to get this one up and in. He gets it up and too far in. So the last thing you want to do is hit the leadoff man, especially in a tie game. And Don Cooper, for the first time, calling the bullpen and getting somebody ready to go.
So here's the guy that started off that 5-run second with 1 out. Jan Gomes had a little broken bat right off the end of the bat, single in the left field. They scored 5 times with 2 outs. Screwball.
Ryan Omagrosso throwing in the bullpen. And one of the reasons he is throwing, and we'll show you graphically later on, is that Hector is leaving a whole lot of those screwballs up in the zone. He's rolled some breaking balls. And the first inning, where he had such good command of the fastball, it deserted him in the second.
First 4 outs he recorded were strikeouts. Struck out the side in the first, sandwiched in between 2 walks.
Visibility not great right now as the shadows creeping across. But if you don't get the ball over the plate, the visibility doesn't matter for the hitters. Not a pretty picture. 65 pitches used in 2+ innings.
So he hits the leadoff man. He walks the next guy.
Time now for the Avis Super Slow-Mo replay, and you'll take a look at some pitches, and when they're high, we're talking belt high or higher. There's a rolling breaking ball that turned into a base hit. Another one. That was a double by Kipnis. A waist-high screwball. That to Swisher. So no command for Hector Santiago.
First pitch strike to Chisenhall, who went out to left field. Sox looking to turn a pair. We have turned 66 of them this year. Drop down breaking ball. He gone. 5 strikeouts now for Hector.
That ball way off the plate. And a welcome first out.
So here's Aviles. Had a high pop fly. Fell almost on the line in left field. for a double. Just inside fair territory. First pitch strike. And there's a base hit. What new from Aviles. Now they're going to hold the runner at third. Rayburn. So that'll load him up.
There's another screwball, but that one caught the middle of the plate. So Mike Aviles wouldn't be playing today but for the fact that he played for Terry Francona in Boston. And one day he asked him, can you play left field? He said, sure. Now, he hadn't played left field before, but he said, no problem. He put him in against CC Sabathia in left field on national television and felt that if the manager shows me that kind of confidence, then I'll be trying to do the job for him. And he's in left field again today, and that appears to be it for Hector Santiago as Robin is going to the pen. It's going to be Brian Omogrosso, and a disappointing start for Hector Santiago coming off his best start of the year last time out against Kansas City.
Well, he struck out the side in the first, sandwiched in between 2 walks, and then with 2 out in the second, gave up 5 runs. Leaves here with the bases loaded and 1 out. Omogrosso comes on, and we'll be back. Madison Comer Children's Hospital. Tickets start as low as $5 and parking is just $10. Now on June 30th, Floyd Bannister and Dennis Lapp will be on the concourse from 11:30 to 12, signing autographs for all fans. White Sox and Comer Children's Hospital teaming up to promote a healthy lifestyle and combat childhood obesity. So purchase your tickets today. WhiteSox.com or 866-SOX-GAME.
It's our Honda call to the pen, and it is Brian Omogrosso who inherits the bases loaded. Omogrosso on for the 12th time. His record 1-0. The ERA up over 5. 19 hits in 14 innings, but he's fanned 14. And left-handers have really hurt him, but he'll be looking at the right-handed Stubbs and the switch-hitting Cabrera. In a situation where Stubbs has great speed and has yet to ground into a double play this year, which for a right-hander is really unusual.
He's 1 for 2 with a 2-run single coming last inning. We scored 5 in the first. They scored 5 in the second. Watch out. Curveball.
Stubbs came over from Cincinnati in a 3-way deal. Sin-Shu Chu going to Cincinnati. And that deal was the same deal where Bauer came to Cleveland along with Albers from the Arizona Diamondbacks. So a whole lot of players put on different uniforms in 3-way deal between the Diamondbacks, Cincinnati Reds, and the Cleveland Indians.
Two curves that have hung inside.
Speed not great on the base paths.
Right to the bag, step on it, low throw, picked by Dunn, yes! Wow! Beautiful pick by Adam Dunn, and that'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the third, tied at 5. One back later in the game, and it just might be yours.
For the first time this year, Drew Stubbs has grounded into a double play. And this is probably the only way you can double him. Good pick, and fortunately that one hit on the grass and on the long hop. Adam was there. Not a difficult pick, but they did have Stubbs a burner by plenty.
Beautiful play by Adam. And as you can see, totals on the board identical at 5, 7, and 0. So here's Morel. He is 1 for 1, a single. Chisenhall playing well back at third.
Pretty good idea, and he's still going back in that same spot. So the bunt is still open.
One and one. That's foul. So it's 1 and 2. Shank.
There's a few fans of the Indians' talented second baseman and local product, Jason Kipnis.
And that is foul. That's one out. The fans join us for Orgullo Sox Festival on the Plaza, presented by Pepsi on Saturday, July 27th. Located at Gate 5, Orgullo Sox features Latin music performances before the game and other activities for fans of all ages. Especially priced lower level tickets are as low as $14. So visit whitesox.com/Orgullo to purchase today. Pepsi, live for now. Gordon had an RBI double. Takes that one to 94 right there.
Albers has been around a long time. Originally starting his professional career in 2002 in the Houston Astro organization.
Two and one to count.
Like a whole lot of pitchers, spent a good portion of his early years as a starting pitcher before they realized that if he was going to make it, he was going to have to move to the bullpen in the major leagues, and he did that with Baltimore starting in 2008.
Chisenhall laid back on it and got burned. So it's a single.
You get the in-between hop. You got a choice. You can come get it. But if you wait back, you're at the mercy of a topspin that takes it right over the glove. So Gordon now 2 for 2.
And here's Tyler. He was hit by a pitch. Makes it there, and they'll turn it. And that'll retire the side. We'll go to the 4th inning, tied at 5.
This fourth inning is brought to you by the new Cool Ranch Doritos, Locos Tacos from Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Five 7-0 for them, 5-8-0 for us. Here in the top of the fourth inning. That 5-run lead we had after one dissipated in a hurry. 5 2-out runs they scored in the top of the second. So here's Cabrera. He's 1 for 2. Strikeout and a single, and he scored a run. Outfield straight up, spread out. As Dubel takes ball one. That's going to fall for a little duck snort. Leadoff man aboard.
This team a whole lot better with Cabrera back in the lineup. Not having one of his better offensive years, but he'll be able to pick it up in the second half. So with a couple of hits and 5 for 6 in stolen bases, you got to deal with the middle of the order, starting with their hottest hitter.
A walk and a 2-run double off the center field fence. Good lead by Cabrera. 5 for 6 in stolen bases. And if you miss that double in the second, poof. Just a rolling breaking ball.
This ball actually slicing away from Diaza. He went back, but had no chance. That ball just missed getting out of here. Ask Kipnis what it was. Why is he swinging the bat the way he's swinging it? He said, it's not anything that I've done mechanically. He said, I'm just seeing the ball probably through the best stretch of my career. That's probably common for any hitter who's hitting close to 500 over a 10-game hitting streak.
He has faced Brian 3 times, has 2 hits. Three and 1. And it's full.
Mike Sarbaugh, the first base coach, taking a look over at third. For Brad Mills is going through his set of signs, and if the legs are okay for Cabrera, you figure he's going to be going.
A little bigger lead by about a quarter of a step.
That one fouled right off the foot, it looked like, of Jason Kipnis. He's wearing that shin guard. Terry Francona is going to come out and have a word with him. He hit off the guard, but it's still singing to him. Kipnis has fanned 71 times, so he's on a pace to strike out about 150 of them. You can get a strike him out, throw him out if you can get the ball by him.
Good lead. That good lead. There he goes. And another foul ball.
He was leaning towards second base. And there's a situation where a lot of pitchers don't look at first. Had he not looked, Cabrera would have been halfway to second. As it was, he almost got him at first.
There he goes again. And that breaking ball yanked. Foul into the mezzanine and out of the mezzanine to the lower bowl. So trouble of brewing. First 2 men aboard, and a reminder, organize a group outing of 20 or more for a Sox game during the season and receive savings off the individual game ticket price. You can enhance your outing by upgrading to our new Miller Lite bullpen party porch, pregame patio party, diamond suite, or one of our other great party areas. So 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com. The Tucci boys will take care of you. Bobby Bruno and Handsome Anthony. Here's Swish, a walk and an RBI single.
Swisher will turn around and hit from the left side for the first time today, hitting just .212 as a left-hand hitter.
Count evens at 1.
He went on a pitch that was well inside, and a nice stop by Tyler Flowers. Alan Porter didn't wait for an appeal. He just said, "You swung." And he certainly did.
Got a couple of pitches here to make a good pitch on him. He did. He gone. Hook.
Just a perfect curveball. Freezes Swisher. And the first out of the inning.
Mark Reynolds 0 for 2. Sun could be a factor. Hitting right now okay, but in left field and in left center. Could be tough. Lays off that curveball. Count evens at 1.
Only Boston and Houston have struck out more times than this Cleveland Indian bunch. So if you make some decent pitches, they don't make a whole lot of contact.
That curveball. Throw him another one like that. Grab some bench. Got that one up a little bit. Chops it foul. Now something. Hard high or slow low. Good try. Didn't get it. 2-2. Oh boy, close.
This one a little closer than the last pitch, but both off the plate. So we tried to jam him with the fastball. Tyler Flowers does a nice job of framing that and trying to convince Alan Porter that it did have the plate, but did not get the benefit.
Payoff pitch. 2 on and 1 out. That'll load him up. Second walk of the inning. And here's Rayburn, a strikeout, and he was hit by a pitch.
Career with the bases loaded. Pretty good for Ryan Rayburn. Just a numbers game with the Tigers. They had an abundance of outfielders, although Rayburn can also play second base. Here he is with the Indians.
Fine, having trouble throwing that curveball for a strike. And yanks that one just foul.
Well, as Cabrera was coming down the line on his secondary lead, he almost got hit with that one. Good speed at second and third. Not so much at first.
Big pitch right here, the 1-1. The advantage goes to Omogrosso. Tyler keeps it in front of him. Take him right here. You don't want to go full. Full count.
Yan Gomes will hit, barring a double play ground ball. Rayburn has grounded into 3 of them.
And a big pitch. Up the middle and the center field. That's going to score a pair. Can't keep going full counts. Walking guys. 7-5 Cleveland.
In our pregame, we highlighted Ryan Rayburn and what he's done career-wise against our ball club. Whether it's wearing a Tiger uniform or now a Cleveland uniform, he continues to drive in big runs. That brings Don Cooper out from the dugout once again, a place that he's visited all too often today.
So here's Yan Gomes, the catcher. Had a little broken bat single to start off that 5-run second, coming with 1 out, and he also has walked. Runners at the corners. And the count 0-2.
It's a whole lot of pitches this inning for Brian Omogrosso, who tries to wend his way through the fourth.
He gone. 2 down.
Time now for the whiff, brought to you by Head and Shoulders, and it came last time Chisenhall was up. And it's Hector Santiago who throws a curveball for a strike, a fastball right by him, and then one of the widest curveballs you'll ever see, coupled by one of the weakest swings you'll see. And that is the whiff.
So Chisenhall has gone out to left, and that strikeout you just saw. Chopped on top of the Cleveland dugout and into the seats.
Ryan Shaw is loosening up in the Indian bullpen. There's another man brought over in that same three-way deal we've been talking about. He came from the Diamondbacks.
And that's trouble. That's going to save us a run for the time being, as another one crosses plate, and it's 8-5. So 8 unanswered runs by the Indians.
'15th run driven in. This one right down the middle and up. It's a pretty straight fastball, and Chisenhall just recalled from the minor leagues. One hops it out of the ballpark.
And here's Aviles. He has a little blooper double and a soft single. One and one to count.
Well, if the Indians don't get it done this year, it'll be because of that pitching staff, which has really struggled. The offense, however, has been pretty good. In fact, they've scored 368 runs to date to our ball club's 283.
There's the strike, so the count evens at 2. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 3 in. And there's the base hit, and it's going to be a 10-5 lead.
3 for 3 for Aviles, and RBIs 25 and 26. And one of the things they all have in common is all the pitches, almost without exception, have been up in the zone.
Either up in the zone or out of the zone. He's walked 2 this inning, and both of them obviously have scored.
That ball up and away, driven into right center field. So 4 hits in the inning, and another 5 spot on the board.
So for the second time in 3 innings, they hit around. There he goes. Low throw.
That got his wrist, and that one's going to sting for a while. Grosso having a lot of problems, doesn't take a look at Aviles, who takes off, and Gordon took that one right off the wrist. Ramon Troncoso loosening up in the pen.
And coming into this ball game, this is going to change, but coming into this ball game, White Sox pitchers were leading the American League with a home ERA of 3.14. 10 earned runs will change that. Stubbs can't get it, and the count 1-2. High. Everybody giving chase, and nobody can get there. It's Gordon.
He slid a little late, and that one could have cost him. Time now for our Lowe's Never Stop Improving stat. And it's American League home ERA leaders. 314 coming in, and 298 in the last 15. Those numbers will change.
Two and two. That ball here well into right field. That's off the wall. Stubbs on his way to third, and he will get there easily. And it's 11-5.
Give you an idea just how strong Drew Stubbs is. As he caught that ball off the end of the bat, and like the others, it was up in the zone. And the hits keep on coming. That a fastball, just a touch below the waist, and high off the wall.
Here's Cabrera. He started this inning off with a little duck snort single. Get over there. Beckham makes the play. Another big crooked number goes up on that board. There have been 16 runs scored through 3.5, and they got 11 of them.
at memorabilia, hats, t-shirts, and more to commemorate the Hawks' historic win. Visit shop.csnchicago.com for all your Stanley Cup championship gear. And it's Brian Shaw who comes into the game after Matt Albers restored some semblance of order in relief of Trevor Bauer. Shaw on for the 33rd time. He's 0-1, but his ERA is pretty good at 3.22. Left-handers have really hurt him. He's gotten most of the right-handers out.
And if you're just coming home, getting in, a doubleheader here. This one's in the first game in the bottom of the fourth. They spotted us 5 in the first inning. And they tied us in the second. And they had just scored 6 in the top of the fourth. So 11-5 Indians. And here is Diaz, who has doubled, walked, and also scored a run. Takes outside.
Shaw was with Arizona last year, where he was 1-6 with a 3.5 ERA, but he appeared in 64 games. So he was at least durable. And they shipped him over in that big deal to the Indians.
Cutter strike. Off the end of the bat.
Alejandro breaks his bat, and it certainly helps if you can field your position. Shaw squared off his follow through and was right there to make the play.
Here's Alexei. Had an infield single in the first inning. Also grounded out to second to end the first inning. Right on the outside edge.
This one's a strike. Hard fastball with some cut action away from the right-hander. Indians playing Alexei as an off-field hitter, with Stubbs into right center. We'll pan around and show you the defense. Infield playing him straight away.
Two and two. Game 2 starting 30 minutes after this one is over. And then an afternoon game tomorrow. That will be a 3:10 start. In game 2, Quintana against Carrasco. Tomorrow, Axelrod against Jimenez. And in the finale of this series on Sunday, Chris Sale against Justin Masters. 2 down.
That ball caught the inside corner. Alexei gave up on it. Was not happy with Alan Porter, but you'll see on pitch tracks it has part of the plate. Although the call could have gone either way, it did not go Alexei's way.
So here's Rios, 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly.
Clouds looking ominous now. There was some rain before the game. Rained rather hard, but briefly. Covered the field and then removed the tarp, and we're playing baseball, which at this moment has not looked pretty.
Breaking ball strike.
And for those of you Chicago fans who might remember Mark Pryor, #2 draft pick in the country for the Cubs, he was released today by the Cincinnati Reds, trying to make it back as a relief pitcher.
A little soft pop up. Cabrera's got him. That didn't take long. A 1-2-3 inning after they scored 6, and we're into the 5th. That's Tweets with Sox in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class. Kipnis, Swisher, and Reynolds. There's Brian Almagroso. There's strike one. Kipnis has walked, had a 2-run double off the center field fence, walked again and scored twice.
And in an effort to save the bullpen, Brian Almagroso is still out there.
Good foul. It won't. So ground rule double. Second double. That's his 10th. Checked it. 21st of the season.
When you're swinging the bat like Kipnis has been swinging it, you're going to find a safe spot for it to land. Slices this one down the line. One hop. Out of play. And a perfect day for Jason Kipnis in front of the home folks.
Here's Swisher. A walk, RBI single, and a strikeout. Strike on the outside edge.
Our bullpen is up and going once again.
And that ball in the gap, nobody's going to get that. So Kipnis will score. Here's the throw. If Brian could have come up with it, he would have been gone. But he couldn't, and he's safe. And it's 12-5.
Ziedo makes a nice play. And on the short hop, Gordon trying to pick it. Actually thinks he's got the ball as he goes to tag Swisher, but ball bounds away.
Here's Reynolds. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. way this thing's going, they get a chance to surpass their season high for runs scored, which was 19.
Young man tried to make a good play in the first row. Had the ball drop out of his glove, but the ball boy picked it up and gave him the souvenir.
Ripped right to Morrell. It's a hang with him. One down.
Reynolds hits the daylights out of this one. And hits it so hard that Gordon Beckham couldn't get to the bag in time.
Here's Rayburn. Strikeout, hit by a pitch, and a 2-run single. And a pop up. Daza, long way to go, calls for it, makes the catch for 2 outs. Sox fans, on Friday, July 19th at 7:10, our Sox take on the Braves. Also, the first 20,000 fans ages 21 and over will receive a White Sox Miller Lite cooler bag presented by Miller Lite. Miller Lite, official beer of our Chicago White Sox. So, WhiteSox.com or 866-SOX-GAME for tickets. Here's Gomes, 1 for 2. Takes first pitch strike. Twelve, 14-0 for them. 5-8-0 for us.
And every Indian except for Mark Reynolds has at least 1 hit.
And that's slicing away. Another ground rule double, and it's 13-5.
Six doubles in this game, and we're not through the 5th inning. So Gomes drives in run number 19. And Alex with a big effort, but he comes up short.
Here's Chisenhall. Fly out to left, a strikeout, and an RBI double, and run scored. One and 2 the count. Everybody in this lineup has scored a run. That ball hit hard into right. And that's over the head. So another double this inning. 4 hits, 4 doubles. And it's 14-5.
RBI 16 for Chisenhall, and here comes Robin, who mercifully is going to take Brian Omogrosso out of the game. Ramon Troncoso will come in, and as Omogrosso departs, we'll step out and be back after these messages. For the 7th time, he's 0-2, the ERA 4.5. He inherits the 4th of 4 doubles this inning. Lonnie Chisenhall out at second base. 14-5, but plenty of time to come back in this one.
Here's Aviles. He's 3 for 3. A double, 2 singles, 2 RBIs, and 1 run scored. And the count 0-2. Well, unfortunately, I'm looking at my Weather Channel radar and don't see anything that can come up quick enough. Two out, 3 in. That ball hit hard, but we got a man there. We're halfway home. They've scored 14 runs. Food items such as dollar hot dogs and many more, as well as a variety of additional fan activities. Now, this special Independence Week promotion will feature a tiered menu of ballpark food items for $1, $2, $3, and $4 on 100 and 500 levels. Tickets for the series start as low as $15 in the lower level and $7 in the upper level. So for tickets, go to whitesox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME. Dollar hot dogs, yes.
And Baltimore providing the opposition 3rd in the league offensively, 1st in the league defensively. That's why the Orioles are putting together a very strong year.
Dunn, DeCieto, Keppinger. Adam 2 for 2. Line drive, 2-run homer. And then a little poke single into left field. Now Kipnis way back on the grass. One and one to count. Adam. And the count 3-1. And got a piece of Gomes. So Adam has moved in front of Billy Williams, as we mentioned, with that home run. Sixth place all time, 427 home runs. Paulie, who might not be in the lineup tomorrow because of that back issue, is just 2 home runs away from tying Cal Ripken Jr. for 42nd place. Paulie with 429, and now there's a walk. And also with Dunn, he only needs 1 more walk to tie Pee Wee Reese for 55th all time with 1,210. Brian Shaw gives up his first base runner, and here's Viciedo. He's hit a little soft. You couldn't even call it soft line drive. Just a soft ball back to the pitcher, and also bounce back to the pitcher. Two 2-0. Got a lot of cutting action on his fastball. Outfield straight up. That's out of play. As I mentioned, the other games, Detroit leading Tampa Bay 2-0, top of the second down in St. Pete. That's Scherzer, who is 11-0 against Colomé. And guess who got it? Miguel Cabrera hit his 23rd with 1 man on board. Cabrera, unbelievable. He was hitting .368 coming into the day. He now has 23 homers and 80 RBIs. That pitch misses. So a full count. Yadier Molina leading the National League at .357. Mike Kadire at .351. Kadire having a terrific year for the Rockies. There's a little chopper. Go to second for the force. And it is out, number 1.
Kadire has a 24-game hitting streak. He broke the all-time Colorado Rocky record, and it continues. So all of our fans remember how good he was with Minnesota Twins all those years, a clubhouse leader, a guy that was very valuable on the ball club. They decided, most likely for economic reasons, to let him go and seek his fortunes elsewhere. And he's still proven that he's got a lot of baseball left.
Here's Keppinger. He's 1 for 2, a home run, his 2nd of the season. Rockies 2 games under. Yeah, 39-41, just 4 games back of the D-backs. Kadire, as I mentioned, 2nd in the league. Tulowitzki sitting .347. He's 3rd in the National League in hitting. Of course, in home runs in our league, Chris Davis. Wow, 28 homers. That breaking ball down. 1 out, 1-1 to count. Two balls in the strike.
Ominous clouds, but moving quickly. away from the ballpark.
3-1 to count. Milwaukee leading Pittsburgh 3-0, top of the second at PNC. Yankees 1, Baltimore 0, top of the second at Camden Yards. And there's ball 4. So the second walk of the inning. Come on, guys, if they can do it, we can do it. As here comes Morel and also Callaway. Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach.
Milwaukee already in last place and suffering a big blow to their efforts. Corey Hart, a very talented outfielder, out for the year. And this is a time when general managers are starting to field calls, either making them for acquisitions or fielding them for teams that feel they're in contention. Now, Mark Teixeira lost for the year to the Yankees, but the Yankees won't feel the economic pinch because $19 million is going to be picked up via insurance. That being said, the Yankees certainly would love a first baseman, and probably one that swings from the left side to take advantage of that ballpark. So Cody Allen starts getting ready and loosening up in the bullpen.
And here's Brent. Brent is singled and struck out. Brent, as I mentioned, is here even though we reinstated Gillespie from the paternity leave. On certain doubleheaders such as this, Major League Baseball allows you 26 players. One out, 2 on. Right on the outside corner. And goes to the top of the zone. Can't get it. 2 down. So here's Beckham. Gordon with an RBI double, single. Now hitting at .323. This is a situation right here where Joe Girardi has been doing it with mirrors, strings, chewing gum to have the Yankees even close. They're 6 over, 4.5 back at Boston. If you look at that Yankee lineup tonight, Gardner in center, Nix at short, Cano at second, Wells the DH, Suzuki in right, Almonte in left, Stewart, Chris Stewart the catcher, Adams at first, and Gonzalez at third. So Beckham is 3 for 3. Now they're going to wave him around, and here's a throw. It's high off the mark. So both runners will advance on a bad play right there by Aviles.
Second run batted in by Gordon. He gets his fastball low and in. Mike Aviles, who is a shortstop by trade, airmailing everybody. And Shaw wasn't in the proper spot to back up. So Terry Francona coming out, most likely will go to Cody Allen in the bullpen. As it's now a 14-6 game. So as Shaw steps out and Allen comes in, we'll step out and be back after these messages.
Now they've added StubHub fan rewards, so you can earn a little extra with your tickets like seat upgrades. So head to StubHub and get your White Sox tickets today.
And our Honda call to the pen is Cody Allen. He's 2-0 this year. The ERA under 2. On for the 32nd time. He's walked 10 and fanned 40 in 32 innings. So the bullpen for the Indians has been pretty good. It's been that starting rotation that's given them all kinds of problems. Young man is enjoying this one.
Here's Tyler. Pick him up. Boone High School, of course, on Carcavice. And in Orlando, Florida. Tyler was hit by a pitch and then hit into a 5-4-3 double play. High and deep, way back. Aviles just looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes. All of a sudden, it's 14-9. Mercy.
First ball, fastball, and gone. Home run number 8. 21 driven in. Our forward home run replay makes it a 5-run game. So the Indians score 3 in the 5th. Our boys come back with 4, and there's still an out left to go here in the 5th inning.
There's Diaza. 1 for 2, a double, a walk, bounce back to the pitcher, and a run scored. And the count 1-1. The scoreboard having a lot of trouble with the balls and strikes tonight. Takes the strike, and the count 1-2. Four in, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here in the first of this doubleheader, we'll have the next game coming your way 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, and it also will be right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Just getting home, we had a 5-run lead in this game after 1 inning. After 2 innings, we were tied at 5. After 4 innings, we were trailing by 6. And there is ball 4.
Second walk of the game, 3rd time Diaz has been on, and it keeps the inning alive. 3rd walk of the inning.
Here's Alexei, an infield single, a ground out to second, and a strikeout. That fastball at 95. Cody has undergone Tommy John surgery. That's off the end of the bat into right field. But the damage is done. We put up a 4 spot. We'll go to the 6th. Now trailing 14-9. 5-0 good guys, then tied at 5, then 11-5, then 14-5, now 14-9. So it'll be the top of the order for the Tribe: Stubbs, Cabrera, and Kipnis. Drew Stubbs 2 for 4, 2-run single, RBI, another RBI single, and 1 run scored. Now has 29 RBIs. Takes first pitch strike. Stubbs with that good speed, and he's got good genes for it. His dad Rick attended Louisiana Tech and ran track from 1970 to 74. The 0-2 pitch. Broken bat. One out. And don't forget, get your tickets for the 4th of July Millionaire Raffle on sale right now at all Illinois lottery retailers. Here's Cabrera, 2 for 4, couple of singles, couple of runs scored. Both singles very soft. Grabs the strike with that one to even the count at 1. Dribble. Just a good, solid play. High pop up. Dazzle. And I want to take a moment to give one of my dearest friends and a Hall of Fame, future Hall of Fame director, a very big hug and happy birthday to Jim Angier. What, 30 years now, Jimmy? 35 years he's been in baseball. 31 with me. Love him like a little brother. As here is Kipnis. He's 2 for 2. 2 walks, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs, 3 runs scored. .39 and holding. Don Jimmy is. Two and 0. 14-16 and 0 for them. 9-10 and 0 for us in the first of this doubleheader. We got game 2 coming your way, then tomorrow and Sunday. Off day on Monday, and then Baltimore for 3 to conclude this homestand. Here's a good fastball, crisp. Got in on him again. Since we told you from Northbrook, grew up there and said he was a fan of both the Sox and the Cubs. Went to Glenbrook North. Tried to get in there one more time. 2 out in the payoff pitch. And there's a souvenir left side.
You look at Kipnis's numbers across the board, whether it's batting average, on base percentage, runs batted in, slugging percentage. He's among the best second basemen in all of baseball.
Got in on him again. And he loses it. So the 2-out walk. That's the 6th walk issued by Sox pitching. And way back when, Trevor Bauer and Hector Santiago were the starters. Bauer went 2/3 of an inning. Hector went 2 1/3. So here's Swish. A walk, an RBI single, a strikeout, and an RBI double and run scored.
So you'll have to keep a close eye on Kipnis, because as this game has gotten closer, he's still a threat to run.
Big hack, no contact.
Jason leading their ball club by a wide margin, 17 stolen bases. Next closest, Bourne with 11. They've both been thrown out 5 times.
Goes through that one. So the count 0-2. There he goes. And he's safe. So number 18 and 23 attempts.
He had a great jump. You can see it right there. A 3-step jump, and Tyler Flowers made it a whole lot closer than it should have been. But Wally Bell making the call correctly. The foot got in ahead of the tag.
Two and two. It's out of play, so Swish. Twitter handle is @NickSwisher. He says he's got over 1.6 million followers. Did he go? No, he didn't, says Hunter.
He appealed to Hunter Wendelstedt, and he did not go. Good stop by Tyler Flowers as he moves to his right, gets in front of it, keeps Kipnis at second.
We have seen a lot of 3-2 counts tonight on Indian hitters. And that's in the short center field, but it's going to hang up for him to catch, and that'll retire the side. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning, trailing 14-9. your card, so apply today at any U.S. Bank branch. All right, let's start it up again. Let's get it cranked up one more time. We trail it 14-9, 14-16-0 for them, 9-10-0 for us. We have hit 3 home runs in this game. They have hit no home runs in this game. They've hit a few doubles, a lot of singles, and they lead us by 5. Alex 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. He now has 36 knocked in. And once again, a reminder that July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th series with Baltimore. Premium prices on the tickets as far as going down, going low. Upper level price as low as $7. Outfield reserve bleachers $15. There's the strike and the count 1-2. And that's for all 3 games. And on the 3rd, an Independence Day fireworks sponsored by First Merit Bank that's going to go for 18 minutes. 18 minutes. So a spectacular fireworks show coming your way. And the food prices, well, on premium pork hot dogs, $1. $2 for popcorn bucket, $2 for popcorn megaphone, and on and on and on. $4 for a hamburger. Off the end of the bat, pulled off of it. Cabrera.
In the first inning, when all was bright, Adam Dunn comes up and he hits a 2-run homer that made it 3-0. Then Jeff Keppinger made it 4-0 with his 2nd home run of the year. And Gordon Beckham with an RBI double. And before you know it, it was 5-0. But that lead didn't last long as the Indians came back with 5 in the top of the 2nd.
Reaches out. High throw takes him off the bag.
Well, Kipnis thought that Cabrera was going to take it, and he was not in a good position to make the throw, and I think he's surprised Cabrera didn't come across and take it himself. Goes E4, but watch it again. Cabrera's in the spot. Now he's going to his left, and this throw off the mark. And it is an error on Kipnis. I think he felt it was Cabrera's ball.
There's Tank. Tank's had 3 at-bats and has not hit the ball hard at all. 0 for 3 in the 4-6 fielder's choice last inning and scored. And Detroit now leading Tampa Bay 3-0. Scherzer versus Colomé in that one. 0-2 the count. Max Scherzer 11-0. Pittsburgh leading Milwaukee 7-3. Bottom of the 2nd at PNC.
Pittsburgh was trailing that game 3-0, and they've come back, and the inning is still going. They've come back with 7 in the 2nd. What a year those Pirates are putting together. Probably the most surprising team in all of baseball.
Jacks it up to even the count at 2.
Pirates winners of 6 in a row. They're 48-30, tied with St. Louis for first place in the NL Central. NL Central, AL East, the 2 divisions that as divisions are over 500, the only 2 in baseball.
And ball hit hard right to him. That's a hang with him.
This ball hit hard. And Kipnis thinking about 2 as Wally Bell gets out of the way. Trying for the double play. Instead gets Adam right in the middle of the back, it appeared. Yep. Hit him right on the U.
Keppinger has homered, grounded to third, walked. Breaking ball. 1-0. That evens a count of 1. The ball and 2 strikes. Ball gets away. Now pick him up.
That looks like a wild pitch, the 4th by Allen. And the Indians continue to lead all of baseball in wild pitches by a wide margin. That was number 47.
And a full count. Ball for a base hit. Gap out there in left center if he can find it. Off the facade of the mezzanine. And there's a base hit. Gonna hold him up now. He's coming. He's coming through the hole up side, and he'll score. So it's 14-10.
I mean, number 21 in the 2nd of the day for Jeff Keppinger as he gets a fastball in the inner portion. And the wild pitch. And the air turns into another run, and it's a 4-run game. Mickey Callaway comes out yet again. Connor Gillespie, brand new dad. He and his wife welcomed Mason Gillespie into the world, and he's back.
And a reminder to stay connected to your Sox all season long. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, pin us on Pinterest, add us to your circle on Google Plus, and reblog our unique Tumblr content. So visit whitesox.com/connect today. Alan Porter would like to expedite things. He's seen a lot of pitches in this ball game. And he's done a heck of a job. See 200 or 300 pitches, you're not going to get every one of them correct. So here's Brent. Brent 1 for 3. Goes after it. Pops it up. But we get a gift, an unearned run, and we're into the 7th, trailing now by just 4. Comcast Sportsnet. So stay tuned for Game 2 tonight, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. As we get set to go to the 7th inning, 14-16-1 for the Indians. 10-11-0 for us. For the Tribe, it'll be Reynolds, Rayburn, and Gomes.
Well, the Mullets are in attendance, and that is not a good looking one.
Mark Reynolds, only guy in this lineup without a hit, but he has scored a run, which means that everybody in this lineup has scored at least once. So Reynolds has struck out, hit into a 5-4 fielder's choice, walked and scored, and he hit a rocket, I mean a bullet, down to Morrell at third base. Troncoso had him out in front. Going away.
Joe Smith loosening into Penn. Penn got a little deeper. They activated Chris Perez, who is going to assume the closer role. Vinny Pastano, who was a premier setup man, took over that closer role for the month that Perez was on the disabled list, and he went 5 for 5 in save situations. So their bullpen got a little deeper.
No walks, come on. 3-1. Watch out. Well, 3-1, that is really a great move by Reynolds to get out of the way of that one.
Well, he wipes his brow and shows lightning-like reflexes. He's looking out over the plate. Takes one up under the chin. That was way up and in.
That one's going to get a lot of guys on 3-1.
Well, he turned in toward the catcher, which was a very good thing to do.
There's Rayburn. Takes ball one. He is 1 for 3 with a 2-run single and a run scored.
Matt Lindstrom loosening up in the bullpen.
Also, if you're just getting in, we had a 5-run first. We led it 5-0. They tied it up in the second. Then they scored 6 in the fourth to lead it 11-5. Then they added 3 more in the fifth to make it 14-5. Then we added 4 in the fifth, as that is high and deep. And Rayburn continues to be a Sox killer. And it is 16-10.
We opened this show telling you the career numbers of Ryan Rayburn against our Sox. And for a guy that doesn't hit a whole lot of home runs, he had hit a lot of home runs and driven in a lot of runs. And he's driven in 4 in this game today. Our forward home run replay is a hanging slider that he gets up in the air, and it just keeps on going.
So here's Yan Gomes, 2 for 3. Single, a double, an RBI, and a couple of runs scored. So that's the first home run in this ball game for Cleveland. As I mentioned, we have hit 3. Those dreaded leadoff walks will get you in a lot of trouble.
9 home runs, 25 driven in by Rayburn. The Indians knew they could get this kind of offense by getting in at 3 o'clock every morning. They would schedule their charters a little differently.
Little soft comebacker. And 1 down.
There is a look at Rayburn next to Nick Swisher. Telling Mark Reynolds that he got a hanging breaking ball. Slider that didn't do much.
Here's Chisenhall. 2 for 4. RBI double. And he had another RBI double. He went.
If you take a look at the hands of Chisenhall, you'll see what they did when they sent him down to the minor leagues. And that was drop his hands lower. They felt that it would take a little of the pressure off and get him more relaxed. And it seems to have done wonders since coming back. He hit the daylights out of the ball in AAA and returned back to Cleveland, where the Indians feel he's going to be a star for some time.
He gone. Two down.
Well, with 2 doubles came 2 strikeouts on pitches way out of the zone.
And here's Aviles, 3 for 4. The only out he made was the hardest ball he hit. He hit a bullet to tank in left field. His first hit a bloop double almost directly on the line in left field. Then he had a soft single. Then he had a line drive single that scored 2. Yes, he did. And the count 0-2. But Detroit leading Tampa Bay now 4-1, and Miguel Cabrera is 2 for 2. 2 home runs and 3 RBIs. He now has 24 homers and 81 knocked in. As I've said in the past, this guy might go down as the best hitter we have ever seen. Outfield straight up, spread out. Cabrera hitting now .373. He gone, but a 2-run homer by who else? Ryan Rayburn. 7th inning stretch. We trail it by 6.
It's been pitcher's peril here this afternoon as Joe Smith comes into the game. For the 32nd time, he's 4-0, the ERA .222. He's a side-wheeling right-hander who's mighty tough on right-hand hitters, and he'll face 2 of them at the top of this one, in Beckham and Flowers.
Beckham is 3 for 3, a double. That was an RBI double. There's strike 1. A single, then another single, another RBI, and he has scored a run. Got his average up to .330. There's a chopper to hopper. It's a little Hawthorne Woods bounce right there. So 1 out. And you can swing for the fences with the new Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com. Features include all 24 Home Run Derby competitors from 2010, 2011, and 2012. In arcade mode, it brings high-impact thrills so as you compete for the highest scores in the Derby mode that recreates the authentic Home Run Derby tournament. So available on the iPhone and iPad. Download MLB.com's Home Run Derby game for free today. So here's Tyler hit by a pitch, hit into a double play, and then hit a long, high, towering 3-run homer. Takes that inside. Boston shutting out Toronto 3-0. Top of the fourth at Fenway. San Diego leading Miami 3-2 after 3 down in Florida. Stayed with that breaking ball pretty good. Even though he got it up, he couldn't do anything with it. Yankees leading Baltimore 3-0. Bottom of the fourth in Baltimore. Pittsburgh now leading Milwaukee 8-3 after 3 at PNC. And Tampa Bay has scored another one. They now trail Detroit 4-2. Just got a piece of it.
That got a piece of Yan Gomes, and that gets you on the inside of the thigh, or gets a piece of your hand. Not too good.
And now Tyler's going to give him a couple of more seconds to shake it off. There's that sweeper. With Smith, Pistano, and Perez, that's just about as good as 7th, 8th, and 9th as you want to have. They for the most part can get it done. And tries to come in on the fist and misses. Got him. 2 down.
Smith working the low part of the zone, and well caught by Gomes, who catches it and eases it up instead of catching it and taking it down with him. And he got the strike.
Here's Diaz. 1 for 2, 2 walks, a double, and a run scored. Tries the back door and he misses. Three-oh pitch. And there's ball 4. So the third walk of the game for Alejandro. And here's Alexei. He's 1 for 4. Had an infield single and a run scored. Strike on the outside corner. Right at the knees. And that's low.
That first one could have gone either way, and it went Smith's way.
Hard hit, but Reynolds is right there. That's a hang woofle. Meanwhile, we're into the 8th. We trail at 16-10.
We'll have a complete recap of today's doubleheader, plus sights and sounds from the Blackhawks Championship Parade. Don't miss Sportsnet Central tonight, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
8th inning, and what has been a very long game, especially first game of a doubleheader. So when you factor in the fact this is going to be over a 4-hour game, and then a 30-minute wait for game 2, and then just say a 3-hour game, that will mean that these umpires are going to have a full day's work. But right here, it'll be the top of the order: Stubbs, Cabrera, and Kipnis. Stubbs is 2 for 5, 3 RBIs, 1 run scored, and hit into the only double play that he has hit into this year in the 3rd inning. Outfield spread out. Alejandro deep as usual in center, and that pitch up and in. Rain delay in Minnesota as they are hosting Kansas City. It's Shields against Walters. 2-0.
You'd be surprised just how far Stubbs can hit the ball if you leave one in the middle of the plate. He not only is fast, but he's very strong.
Takes that one right there.
In 2010, Stubbs hit 22 home runs for Cincinnati. That same year, he stole 30 bases. Next year, he stole 40 bases. And again, 30 bases, all for the Reds in consecutive years.
Full count. Little bullpens, as we talked about earlier. Had a lot of innings to cover in this one because Santiago went just 2 1/3. Trevor Bauer just went 2/3 of an inning for Cleveland. That's popped up right side, Adam. He's coasting. 1 out. Game 2, Jose Quintana against Carlos Carrasco. So here's Cabrera. He's 2 for 5 with a couple of runs scored. All hit hard.
That fastball right down the middle. The 3rd single for Cabrera. And the 18th hit of the day, which is slowly turning into the 9th.
Here's Kipnis. A walk, a 2-run double, another walk, another double, another walk, and he scored 3 times.
Not many times in the course of your career will you be on base 5 times. You'll have an opportunity to do it again for a 6th.
One and one to count. And it's 2-1.
Miguel Cabrera now has 3 for 3. But this time they kept him in the ballpark. Merely a single.
That ball into the gap. He's going to give it a go, and he will get there. So his 3rd double. And Ducks on the pound with 1 out, and that'll bring up Swisher.
22nd double of the year. There was no doubt that he was going for 2 bases to test the arm of Diaza. He had that on his mind when he left the batter's box. And you can't hit doubles unless you're thinking about 2 until they hold you up.
Swish is 2 for 4. RBI single, RBI double, and 1 run scored. Checks it up.
Eight doubles, a season high for the Indians. They had 7 in Houston in April. They had 4 doubles in the 5th inning. So it's been an extra base extravaganza.
2-0 pitch. No chance on that. Pretty good pitch, didn't get it.
That fastball. Just a touch inside, says Alan Porter.
Three one. It's full.
The only man without a hit in this Indian lineup in the on-deck circle, Mark Reynolds. But a couple of walks and a couple of runs scored.
That'll load him up. Third walk issued by Troncoso.
And Robin now coming out, as Matt Lindstrom has been loosening up. So the call has been made. And here comes Matt. Ramon will depart. And we'll be back after these messages. Lindstrom comes into this one at 2-2. The ERA a little above 2.5, on for the 38th time. He inherits the bases loaded. It's a 6-run game. 16, 19, and 1 for the Indians. 10, 11, and no errors for our Sox. And the bullpens on both sides of the equation have been very busy.
So here's Reynolds. 0 for 3, 2 walks. Sox packed with Indians.
Reynolds a prolific home run hitter with just 2 grand slams and a 198 batting average with the bases loaded.
And there's a nice play by Alexei. Goes to third, throws it away. So 2 more are going to score.
Going to be a base hit, E6. So now every one of these Indians have a base hit. RBI number 45. A good stop by Ramirez. This part of the play is terrific. And he thinks about the only play he has, which is a force at third, but throws it well away from Brent Morrell. That'll even the errors at 1.
And that's low and away. So Alexei picks up his 14th arrow. He had 12 all of last year. Raven takes the strike to even the count. He is 2 for 4, a 2-run single, a 2-run homer. The only home run for Cleveland. Our Sox have hit 3. And that's out of play. 2-run homer by Dunn, solo shot by Keppinger, and a 3-run homer by Flowers. Another game to follow this one. 30 minutes after the conclusion of this long game.
Tyler's caught a lot of pitches, seen a lot of pitches that didn't get to him, and blocked a lot of pitches down, as well as hitting a gigantic home run. 3-run homer in the 5th inning, making it pretty interesting at the time.
He gone. 2 out. Alan Porter up to this point in the game and 7 2/3 innings has looked at 360 pitches. And here's Gomes. He's 2 for 4, single, RBI double. Takes first pitch strike. Bad breaking ball down. So Matt had 23 saves for the Astros in 2010. As you see some of the clouds. A lot of pockets, a lot of little cells all over everywhere. One and two.
It has rained periodically, but unfortunately for this one, not hard enough.
And there's a base hit. They're going to hold the runner at third, so one more crosses the plate. So the walk comes around, and it's 19-10.
That slider on the outside corner. And right back up the middle.
Tisenhall's 2 for 5, couple of doubles. Takes first pitch strike. So they've tied their season's high for runs with 19, which they had before on April 20th against the Astros. And that breaking ball flips it out of play, left side into the seats for a souvenir. 1-2. Well, with the length of this game and the late arriving crowd, the only thing that's been good about it has been for the concessionaires. As that ball jammed him, pops him up. Gordon's got to play, but they put 3 more up there and they lead it 19-10.
Well, unfortunately, the Indians took it seriously, and they've had 8 of them. 8 doubles, a season high, and it just kept on going. Slicing down the line, into the gaps, off the wall. Hustle doubles, rocket doubles, and 8 doubles in all. So Vinny Pastano comes into the ball game. He is their setup man when they need one. And he was 5 for 5 in save situations when he took over for Chris Perez.
Alex Rios will lead us off here in the bottom of the 8th. He's 0 for 3 and also has a sacrifice fly. Then he got a lot of slinger in him. Gets the strike. Outfield straight up, spread out. Chisenhall back, well back and well off the line. And that's out number 1. So Vinny, who majored in criminal justice at Cal State Fullerton, growing up, his favorite team was Kansas City Royals. Favorite player, Catfish Hunter. Like so many of our major league pitchers, he also has gone, I should say, undergone Tommy John surgery. Adam, 2 for 3, 2-run homer, single, reached on an error, also has scored twice. 19, 21, and 1 for them. 10, 11, and 1 for our guys. Sharply hit. Cabrera's got him. 2 down. So here's Tank. Tank looking for his first hit. He's been in the play 4 times. Now he's only hit it hard 1 time, and that was his last time up when he just hit a bullet right to Kipnis at second base. And he throws the breaking ball strike. That ball hit well into right field. Stretch. It's off the wall. The Tank will pull into second with a 2-out double. That's his 9th 2-bagger.
And it would appear, unless there is a miracle of a rally here, that Casper Wells is going to come on and pitch in the 9th inning. Robin not wanting to use up another pitcher, not wanting Lindstrom to throw to any more hitters. It's going to go to Wells.
So here's Keppinger. He's 2 for 3. A homer and an RBI single. And that's softly hit in the center field. It's going to fall. Now they're going to hold up Tank, or try to. He just went right through it. Now he's going to get caught. And another base running boo-boo. He probably, well, never mind. We're into the 9th.
Sliding Alejandro Diaz to left field. Connor Gillespie seeing his first action since the baby at first base, and Casper Wells coming on to pitch. First career appearance, and Alan Porter went out to have a word with him.
So here we go. Casper on the bump. Veely's at the plate. Veely's 3 for 5. A little bloop double. soft single, then a hard single, then a hard line drive, and then a strikeout. He also has knocked in a pair. Outfield straight up. This game at about a lot of people. As here is Drew Stubbs. He's 2 for 6 with 3 RBIs. He now has 29.
Robin said in that long game in Seattle, Wells was the next guy out of the chute. But mercifully, that game ended, and Casper did not get his major league debut. But here he is.
Here's Kipnis. He's 3 for 3 with 3 walks, 3 doubles, 4 runs scored, 2 knocked in. Here's Kipnis. He's 3 for 3 with 3 walks, 3 doubles, 4 runs scored, 2 knocked in.
I don't know if he's ever been on base 7 times in a game, but he's got a chance to do it here.
That's down low, and the count 2-1. Pretty consistent with that heater at 91. And a 3-1 pitch. There's a strike. The payoff. That's into left field. And caught by Diaza. Taking yet another double away from Kipnis. Beautiful catch by Alejandro. Meanwhile, we'll go to the bottom of the ninth. We need some help.
Applauding Casper Wells, a scoreless inning. And a nice defense. And everybody applauding Casper Wells, a scoreless inning. And a nice job in an otherwise very dismal day. And Diaz is saving him a couple of earned runs. So Chris Perez comes into this game. Recently reinstated off the disabled list. He was struggling before he did finally admit he was hurt and go on the DL.
First pitch strike to Brent, who is 1 for 4. So Chris Perez getting an inning in. He grew up being a White Sox fan. And his favorite athlete growing up was the big hurt Frank Thomas. Favorite road city is right here in Chicago. The 1-1. So 1 out. Game 2, we'll have it for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. It will be Jose Quintana against Carlos Carrasco. And a 3:10 start tomorrow afternoon. That will be Dylan Axelrod against Ubaldo Jimenez. And on Sunday, the finale of this series, Chris Sale against Justin Masterson. Now Saturday and Sunday's game will be over WGN as there is a breaking ball blowing away. And that last pitch was number 400. That Alan Porter, who's had a heck of a good ball game. Has he gotten 400 right? No. But he's close to it. There's not an umpire around that's going to get 400 of them right on the money. And this is the 101st hitter of this ball game. Cabrera rounds it off, backhands it. Now the throw, nice play. So Beckham, who had hits his first 3 times up, now 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs. And that'll bring up Tyler. Tyler 1 for 3, a long, high towering drive, 3-run homer. So as we stand right now, it's 8:12, and they said for sure 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, game 2 would start, as that's out of play, and the count now 1-2. He gone, and this ball game is over. So they take the first of this doubleheader. They win it 19-10, and our GMC player of the game, it is the second baseman, Jason Kipnis. That's what he had today. Reached base 6 out of 7 at bats, 3 doubles. So for my partner Steve Stone, our director Jim Angio, our producer Mike Leary, our associate producer Dave Ross, our technical manager Mark Harper, the executive producer Jim Cornell Jr. Also for the mayor Mean Joe Grube and Dave Cella, Frank D'Amato, Paul Carey, Frank Leone. This is a Hawk. We'll see you in 30 minutes. See you in 30 minutes for Game 2 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And coming up next, the Orland Park Nissan postgame show with Chuck and Bill. And you've been watching Chicago White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.